Now, welcome into the hot shop. Today we do have a visiting artist, so this is an unusually large amount of people that we have on the hot shop floor today. Today we have Nancy Callan, and that is the woman who's been working at the center bench currently. And everyone else on the hot shop floor, we have a few assistants of hers that she's brought into the hot shop. We also have some of our hot shop team members that are here working full time for the museum. And currently, right now, they are working on building up different layers of colors and patterns on the outside of this bubble at the center bench. And this is eventually going to be blown inside of a cup that they made earlier, a very large cup. And this is going to give them multiple layers of color. And then they're going to be able to cut this large piece open far down the line, and they're going to be able to open this up and turn it into a panel. And to give you a better idea of some of Nancy Callan's other work, including those specific panels, can I have Nancy's work up on the screen, please? So up on the screen, you'll see some pictures of those panels that have been made previously. It gives you a little bit of a better idea. They essentially just make a really large cylinder out of glass, and they add multiple layers of colors and patterns. And when they open that cylinder up, it's going to expose all of the colors and patterns on the inside of that piece. So that large box that they just pulled that cup out of over there is called a top load annealer, and that's basically just keeping that glass warm, I think around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and then they went over and picked it up out of that annealer, and now they're going to be able to heat that up and use it for those patterns that you saw in those panel images. So this cup was most likely made a while back before they probably even came to the museum, or maybe the last time they were here, so not today. And so something interesting about the glass is we can heat it up and cool it down as many times as we need to. We just have to do it through a slow process so it doesn't break or crack from thermal shock. So welcome to those who recently or just joined us in the hot shop. Today we have a visiting artist, Nancy Callan, and that is the woman over on the left bench currently heating up something on the end of the pipe over there. And today she's brought in a lot of assistance as well as just having our hot shop team available as well. And so this is an unusual amount of people on the floor today. Usually we have a team of about 3 people down on the hot shop floor working on a singular object, but today we are working really hard. Nancy is going to be making some large panels out of all of this glass that she's working with today. So this bubble that you could see up on the screen or over on that left bench, that is Nancy working with the glass. And each of those individual circles that you see on the glass came from something called marini. Marini is when we make a long stick of colored glass, can have a pattern inside of it. Then we chop up that stick of glass and it reveals the image inside of it. And then she simply rolled up each of those individual circular glass images on the outside of this bubble, and it created all of those patterns. So with all of these individual pieces that they're working on right now, they're going to be able to create these very complex patterns and colors for just one panel of glass. And to give you a better idea of these panels that Nancy has created previously, can I have some of those panels up on the screen, please? So up on the screen, you're going to see a slideshow of Nancy Callan's work. And included in this slideshow, you'll see these panels of glass, like this one up on the screen. So this is from making a really large cylinder, and then they cut that cylinder open, and they heat that up and kind of lay it flat, and that's going to display the image of the colors and patterns on the inside of that cylinder. It's going to be displayed flat. And I've been told by Nancy herself that these pieces that she's working on today here at the museum are eventually going to be displayed here at the museum, so that's pretty cool too. Now, can we stop on this diagram for a second? This is a very good example of what they are working on right now up on the screen. So after they've gotten all of the patterns that they need applied to the inside of the bubble, which they're working on right now, they're going to be able to turn this into a large cylinder and cut this open and flatten it out, just like that imagery up on the screen. So at the center bench, they have that color cup, and they're breaking that off the end of the pipe now. And this is going to rest inside of a heated ring on the ground. And then Nancy is going to come over with that bubble that she was working on that has all of those rings on the outside. And this bubble is going to be stuffed inside of that cup. And as you saw, that cup has patterns on the outside of it as well. So now we're going to have 2 layers of white patterns on the inside of this glass. And now, just in case some of you haven't been in a hot shop before, I'll give just a quick little rundown, and this will describe all the temperatures of the different furnaces that we're working with. So everything we do in here starts in our furnaces. These are the large tanks with the closed doors. This is where you see them gathering our clear glass. We've been using this left one today so far. And these hold about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass each and run at around 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And when the glass is molten, it's viscous and sticky, a lot like honey. And so all we have to do is stick our heated pipe into the glass, and when we turn, it gathers a ball on the end. And from there, we can continue to blow into the end of our hollow pipe, and this will expand the glass like a balloon. And then we can continue to gather more layers over top, and this is going to build mass for our piece. In the open face furnaces that you see at every bench, these are our reheating furnaces. There's nothing inside of them physically except for that heat. And so we will continue to use that furnace over and over again to make sure that our glass is staying sort of a taffy or putty texture. And these are running at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And there's not really a difference between each of these individual open face furnaces. We just have multiple to work on multiple parts of the same project at the same time. And actually, this large fluffy flame torch they're using is running at around that same temperature as well, at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. But you can see they're focusing that heat on that cup that hasn't quite touched down on the bubble near the pipe. So they're going to work on flattening that glass fully down around that bubble. And that flame just allows us to focus heat in a specific area rather than heating up the entire thing overall inside of the furnace. And if I haven't said so already, if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. It can be questions about the glass process or even questions for the artist herself, and I'll try to ask as soon as I can. So this large metal table that Nancy is using is called the Marver. This is going to be used to fully push that end of the cup down so it's fully touching the bubble. So they're going to be evening and smoothing that glass out. Now, just a little fun fact, this small handheld torch that Nancy is using is actually the hottest item in our hot shop, and it can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's over double the heat of the molten glass. So this is going to very quickly spot heat just that small area of the bottom of this bubble. Now, while they're continuing to work on this pattern bubble at the center bench, Gabe over on the right bench is going to be making some more Marini. If you were here just a little bit earlier, that's how they got all of those little circles that you see just under the surface of the glass at the center bench. So this is basically going to be a long stick of glass, and when we chop it up, it's going to reveal that image on the inside. And those individual pieces of chopped up glass shaped like discs are called Marini. And if you're wondering what they're currently doing at the center bench, it looked like they had an air bubble trapped in between the bubble that they pushed into that cup. So like in between the two layers of glass, they had a large bubble. And so they were just heating up that really small area and opening it up so that bubble can escape. And then they'll be able to work on closing that back up again. So over here on the hot shop floor, we have this large silver box called the garage, and this is keeping glass nice and warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. This is not hot enough to melt or change the shape of the glass we already have. It's also not cold enough to let it break or crack from thermal shock. And so that has been holding this large color cup at a very stable temperature. And right now we are currently working on heating that up. And this bubble that they have at the center bench with all of those patterns is going to be stuffed inside of that color cup. And this cup, just to be specific, it has pink on the inside and white on the outside. But if you remember earlier, I briefly showed a diagram explaining how they're going to cut these open into panels. And so this is going to reveal all of that imagery with the pink in the background. And over on that right bench, you could see they are pulling that glass, and this is going to create that really long stick of glass, usually called cane, but they're going to chop this up into those individual pieces of Marini. So these individual sticks of glass are going to be rested on this large wooden ladder, and this is going to make sure that they're not touching any cold surfaces. If that hot glass were to touch something cold, it would definitely crack or break from thermal shock or getting too cold too quickly. And so that wood ladder is just going to be just enough insulation and allow it to cool slowly down. The thicker the glass, the longer we have to cool it down for. And that large black box there is called the annealer. And the annealer is going to fully cool the glass down through a cycle that usually takes overnight, if not longer. And so it looks like they're going to save that Marini for another day. So now that they have this color cup at the center bench, you can see that pink color on the inside and the white color on the outside. And they're going to start heating up the inside of this cup lightly in preparation for stuffing that patterned bubble on the inside of it. So those two pieces of glass will want to stick together really nicely. Now, over on that left bench with that pattern bubble, you'll notice that they're really letting it rest for a long time. They're letting it cool down a little bit before they gather a new layer of clear over top of it. So now Ben is taking that next gather. And this is going to apply that superheated glass just to the outside of this bubble and really allow those two pieces of glass to stick together. And this right here is called a strip gather. This is just Ben allowing a lot of that glass to drop off the end because the purpose is just to heat the surface of this glass. It's not to build mass to the piece. So now at the center bench, they're going to break this color cup off the pipe, the little bit of water, and a simple tap. And this is going to be placed into a heated ring on the ground. This is going to hold it upright as they stuff that bubble inside of it. So this bubble is going to be passed off to Nancy, who is standing on top of the marver. And you'll notice they lower this really slowly into that color cup. That allowed the glass to stretch itself out a little bit at first, giving them a narrower shape. And then as they continue to press down, this is filling that cup in with that bubble. So that bubble is continuing to expand from the inside of that cup and touch down on all of the walls. And now that they have that applied, they're going to work on making sure that every part of that cup is touching the bubble. So they're going to start pushing that cup down near the pipe. And for those who recently joined, today we have a visiting artist, Nancy Callan, and that is the woman who is just standing on the table, blowing into that bubble, expanding it inside of that cup. And right now they're working on some projects. These are going to eventually be displayed inside of the museum. And to give you a better idea of what these projects might look like, could I have some of Nancy's work up on the screen? Thank you. So up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow of Nancy's previously made artwork, and keep your eye out for the panels because those are what we're working on today. These are essentially just going to be turned into large cylinders. This bubble is going to be turned into a large cylinder, and then they're going to cut it open and open it up into a panel, much like this panel you see up on the screen now. So this large metal table, the marver, is going to allow them to slowly start pressing the cup all the way down onto the bubble and even out that bubble completely. So since glass blowing is super team oriented, you pretty much can't work on your own for certain pieces. These guys have all had practice working as teams, both as assistants and as gaffers, which is like the team leader, the person sitting at the bench doing all the designing. And so if someone comes in, a visiting artist comes in, they usually come in with a bunch of sketches or some ideas that they have. And we actually have some sketches down on this front table, but they're too small that I can't really show the audience. But simply we show that, they show that sketch to the hot shop team and to their assistants, and they pretty much already know what to do. And the gaffer, the team leader, also will tell the assistants what to do constantly throughout the process. And usually it's actually just a simple one word, short word, and it's not necessarily rude. It's just so loud in the hot shop and it's so busy and so quick that we need to just say one word and then they instantly know what to do, for example. So these guys, they already have lots of practice with teamwork. And Nancy has been in the hot shop before, I'll mention as well. So at the center bench, it looks like they're now going to start blowing and shaping this bubble out into that cylinder. And this is going to start with Nancy going on the side with this special pad. It's most likely stuffed with newspaper as well, carbon fiber pad. And this is going to allow her to change which way the bubble blows out and just kind of shape the glass pretty much using her hands. And this torch that they're using here is running around the same temperature as those open face reheating furnaces at around 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And this is allowing them to apply some extra heat to a specific area, as you could tell. So they were applying a little extra heat towards the back end of the piece, kind of near where it's connected to the pipe. And next, Nancy is going in with a pair of jacks. Those are those two metal blades. And this is going to start creating a jack line in the glass. This is where they're going to remove the piece from the pipe later on. You could see a divot forming as she's continuing to squeeze down. Now, welcome to anyone who recently joined us, just to give you a little update as to what's going on. Today we have a visiting artist. Every now and then we have some special people that come in and they make their own art and get to take it home with them. Today we have Nancy Callan, and that is the woman sitting and working at the center bench currently. And she has brought in a few assistants of her own, but we also have our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. And so this is an unusually large amount of people down on the hot shop floor today, but this is a very large project, so we need a lot of people. And all these pieces that are being worked on today, or most of them, are eventually going to be put up in the museum on display, I've been told. And these pieces are going to be turned into large panels of glass. So they're going to turn this large bubble they have at the center bench into a cylinder, and then they're going to cut that cylinder open, and they're going to be able to open it up into that panel. And do we have that diagram that shows how they do that I could put up on the screen? So up on the screen, you could see a diagram of how this is going to happen. So right now, we can't see the patterns on the inside of the bubble, but we have multiple layers of these white, intricate patterns. And then we have a pink layer of glass wrapped around that, basically. And then we have, finally, another layer of white, which is what you see on the outside. And so this is going to be turned into that large cylinder. We're going to cut it open, and this is going to be flattened out. And eventually these panels will be displayed in the museum. And swinging the bubble like this is allowing that glass to stretch. This is both using gravity, which is hanging it down towards the floor, and also centrifugal force, which is the outward pulling force of spinning. So that really stretched that glass out. Now, to give you a little better idea of the panels that Nancy has previously worked on, can I have some of Nancy's work up on the screen, please? Could I have some of Nancy's work up on the screen, please? So up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow of Nancy's previously made artwork. And this will include some images of those panels that were created, like this one up on the screen now. This is an example of a panel that Nancy has created. Now, just a reminder for everyone new in the hot shop, if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. I'll come right over. So now you can see Nancy has a paddle on the bottom of this bubble. This is going to just slowly start flattening the bottom of this piece into that cylinder shape that they're looking for. So right now they're using a wooden board that has a stack of wet newspapers on it. This is going to perfectly evenly flatten the side of this cylinder as they continue to flatten the bottom as well. And pushing on the glass from both of these sides is going to really help make a nice 90-degree angle on the bottom of this piece. And then eventually this piece is going to be opened up from the side that it's currently attached to the pipe to. And they're going to open it up into basically just a giant drinking glass shape, and then they're going to put this piece away. But when they open it up, that's going to show off that inside pattern. So we're going to be able to see that, which is pretty cool. But they don't cut it open during the process of when they're making the cylinder. They cut it open when it's cold, and then they will heat it up again to open that up. But they have to cut it while it's cold. So they're going to do this a few times to make sure that they have straight, even walls and a nice flat bottom, I believe. And if you're wondering, later on when they cut the cylinder open, they're also going to cut the bottom of it off completely. That side that's completely sealed on the bottom of the cylinder, that'll just be cut off cleanly so they can open it up into that full panel. So over on the right side of the hot shop, or the right or more, Gabe is making a clear attachment on the end of a solid pipe. And this is going to be attached to the bottom of this cylinder. And this is going to allow them to break the cylinder off from its original pipe. So they have access to what's currently attached to the pipe. And in preparation for breaking this piece off, you'll notice that they're really heavily torching that sort of connection area right around the pipe and around that surrounding glass. And this is because when we break the piece off, we usually use a little bit of water to break it off to cause cracking and shocking in the glass. And we don't want any of those cracks to travel through cold glass, so to prevent that, we just heat up the surrounding area. Then we don't have to worry about the cracks traveling. So now Gabe has brought over that second pipe, and you can see he created an interesting attachment. This is going to trap a little bit of air in between the glass and the bottom of this piece. And then next they go in with a pair of jacks, and they're making a divot in between that connection. This is going to make sure that it's easier to remove this second pipe later on as well, because this is just a temporary connection. So as I briefly mentioned earlier, they're going to apply a little bit of water to that connection point, then a simple tap to the pipe, and that breaks that piece cleanly off. So now from here, they're going to start heating up the front end of this piece, and they're going to be able to open it up into that cup or cylinder shape. So after heating up the front end of this piece, Ben is going in with a pair of tweezers and he's pinching the opening of this piece all the way around. He's thinning out those walls a little bit. Now, to keep things moving along, it looks like Nancy over on the left more side of the hot shop is already starting on that next project as they're continuing to finish this first project at the center bench. And at the center bench, you could see after pulling that excess glass out away from the piece, they're now trimming that excess glass off with a pair of shears, which are a lot like scissors. And after getting that glass off, now they'll be able to start opening this piece up. You could start to see that pink color from the inside of the piece already. So right now, Ben at the center bench is going in with a pair of jacks, which are those two metal blades I used earlier. And he just briefly opened that up before going in with a sophietta, which is that large cone you see here. That cone is going to block off the opening of this piece and allows him to blow air into the piece, even though it's already been removed from its hollow pipe. And that has thinned out the glass a little bit just at that shoulder. And next, this tool is pretty interesting. They're going to use this to open up the piece even further. This is just a large wooden stick with bundles of wet newspapers wrapped around it. And this wood is going to be a little bit gentler on the glass than the metal jacks. And as they slowly open this up, you can really start to see more of that lacy pattern revealed inside of the piece. So this is just going to be opened up all the way until the walls are straight and even. And then this piece will be pretty much done. And then far later on, once this glass is cooled down completely, they'll be able to cut the bottom of the cylinder off. And they'll also be able to cut the cylinder straight down the side and be able to open this up into a panel for anyone who recently joined. So once again, they're going to use this wooden sort of tabletop and the stacks of newspapers on top of it. This is just going to make sure that they have perfectly straight sides of the cylinder. Since this is going to be opened up into a panel, it's important that all of the sides are straight and even. So once they're satisfied with what they have, they're going to start preparing to break the piece off. And this is going to involve them heavily torching the connection between the glass and the pipe. They want to see a little bit of movement in that area before they go to break that piece off. Like I mentioned earlier briefly, we want to make sure that the surrounding area from where we break it off is nice and warm. Otherwise, the cracks from breaking it off could travel through the cold glass. And in preparation for breaking this piece off, you can see we have someone who's gotten dressed up in a shiny suit and these special gloves. These gloves are Kevlar, which is supposedly the same material that they use for firefighting suits. And so this is going to protect the person that is carrying that heavy, hot glass. That glass is probably around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. It's solid and it's not going to be moving a lot, but it's still really hot. So now they're going to apply a little bit of water to that connection point. This is causing shocking and cracking in that glass. And then they tap the pipe and that piece breaks cleanly off. And as soon as they put it in the annealer, let's give them a round of applause. Yeah, let's give them a round of applause for their hard work. That was our first piece of the day and it was successful. So that cylinder is going to rest in the annealer at least overnight where it can cool down from about 950 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature so it doesn't break from thermal shock. And like I mentioned earlier, they're getting started on the next piece right away at the center bench. You could see Nancy has some glass on the end of her pipe. And for anyone who hasn't seen Nancy's artwork yet, can I have that up on the screen, please? So up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow of Nancy's artwork. Keep an eye out for the panels that she's previously made because this large cylinder is going to be opened up into one of those panels as well. So just to point out, up on the screen, there's a couple images of those panels that were made previously. So you can imagine that bottom of the cylinder is going to be cut off, and they'll just cut the cylinder straight down the side and then be able to heat it up again and slowly fold those edges open into that panel. And they're getting started on that next project right away. You can see Nancy has a small clear bubble at the center bench, which is how we start all of our projects. So at the center bench, you could see they have a plate with all these long sticks of colored glass on it. And these individual sticks of colored glass are called cane. So they're going to preheat this cane at the center bench. They want to make sure it's hot enough to stick to the glass that they're going to roll over top of it to pick it up. And after heating that cane up a little bit, you can see they usually lightly press them together, make sure that they're sticking. And then Nancy has just brought that bubble over. This is going to be lightly placed down and rolled over top, picking up each of those individual pieces of cane. And this is just going to give them perfect, straight, even stripes of color across their piece. And depending on if they mess with that color even more, this can give them zigzags or even squiggly lines. But right now we just have those straight, even stripes of color. Now, over on that left bench, I'd like to point out what they're doing over there. This is called a color drop or color overlay. You could say they've just dropped a huge amount of color on top of the bubble that they already had. And this is going to be lightly pressed down before being evenly spread over top of that bubble. This is going to give them that very smooth, even layer of color that you saw across that last piece we made. That white layer of color was made using this similar technique here. So at the center bench, you can see Nancy is going in with a pair of jacks, which are those two metal blades. And she's cutting off most of the clear that's on the end of this bubble. Now, welcome to anyone who recently joined us. Today we have a visiting artist, Nancy Callan, and that is the woman sitting at the center bench here. And she's brought in a few of her own assistants. We also have our full-time hot shop team down on the floor today as well. And so we have quite a few people on the hot shop floor. This is a little bit unusual, uncommon. Usually we have a team of about 3 or even maybe 4 people. But today we're working on some really big projects. We're working on making these really large hollow cylinders of glass, and they have multiple layers of colors and patterns inside of them. And then these cylinders are going to be cut open, and they'll be opened up into individual panels. And these panels are eventually going to be displayed at the museum. So that's pretty cool. And if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. But we're just getting started on that next project. At the center bench, Nancy has a bubble that has cane on the outside of it. Cane is all of these individual sticks of colored glass, kind of like this stick I'm holding here in my hand. And so these were all rolled up on the outside of the bubble, and it has given them these perfect, straight, even stripes of color on the outside of that glass. And something really interesting is happening. You can see Nancy's using this really small handheld torch. This is actually the hottest item we have in our hot shop, and it can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So she's just heating up a small ring of glass at a time, and then she's holding onto that ball on the end of the bubble and almost using it as a handle as she twists the glass. And so she's going to create this sort of zigzagging pattern all the way down the bubble by twisting each individual section of glass. So you can see the glass glowing just from where she's heating up that bubble. That flame is going to heat that glass really quickly. But they always go back into the furnace every now and then. They have to make sure that the entire piece stays at or above 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit so it doesn't get too cold and break from thermal shock. Now, up on the screen or over on that left bench, you could see we are using a tool called a block. That's that wooden spoon-shaped tool. And this is going to even out that glass that they have on the end of the pipe currently. And this is usually in preparation for blowing into the pipe, and this is going to make sure that the bubble blows out evenly. So over on that right bench, Gabe is going to be working on pulling some marini. So this is kind of similar to the cane, which I briefly showed you earlier, which is these sticks of colored glass. But they usually pull this marini a little bit thicker, and then they cut it up into these disc-like shapes. They cut it up into these small sections, and this reveals an image inside. So I have some really small examples. This one's just a simple band of color surrounding clear, for example. I think that most of these marinis that they're making today are just going to be these simple circle shapes inside of clear glass. So over on that right bench, you can see Gabe is now pulling that glass thinner. And this torch is just going to be used on the extra thick parts to make sure that it all pulls out evenly. Wow, that is a good camera angle up on the screen of them pulling that marini. So this glass is going to remain relatively thick, so when they chop it up into those disc-like shapes, they have a little bit of glass to work with. And now they simply let it cool down just a little bit before breaking it off of that pipe. So Gabe is just using a pair of tweezers, and the metal of the tweezers is cold enough to shock the glass and allow it to break just in that small section. Then he's picking them up with a pair of Kevlar gloves and placing them on a wooden ladder on the floor. And this is going to protect them from touching the cold cement, which could cause cracking and shocking in that glass. And then finally, he puts them in the annealer, which is that large black box on the wall. This is going to slowly cool that glass down, at least overnight, so it doesn't break due to thermal shock. And this is just to make absolutely sure that there's no cracking or breaking in that glass. So those are going to be pulled out probably the next day, and they'll be able to chop it up into those marini. So at the center bench, after Nancy had twisted all of that glass back and forth, you can really see that pattern of zigzags on the outside of that glass. So with that piece that was made just before this one, they had a couple of layers of patterns, and then they also had a couple of layers of color for this individual piece they were making. And since the patterns have a base of clear or transparent glass, this is going to be able to show all of the patterns and all of the colors. And over on that left bench, they've been working on that color as well. They've been gathering up some mass of clear glass on the outside of the color that they already have. And on that left bench, they are going in with the block once more. This is usually used after every fresh gather of clear. The block is that wooden spoon-shaped tool for those who recently joined. It's usually kept in water, and it's also made out of cherry wood, which is a little bit harder to burn. At the center bench, Nancy has been working on pulling a lot of that glass off the very end of the bubble. And if you're wondering why she's doing this is just to get a perfect point to that bubble with all of the spiral of colors. There may have been a little bit of an abnormality, maybe a little bit of leftover clear. And since I have quite a few new people in the hot shop, I'm just going to give a quick little rundown just in case no one's been in a hot shop before. This will describe the temperatures of almost everything that we're working with. So everything we do in here starts in our furnaces. You can see they've been gathering out of that left one so far. These hold about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass each and run at around 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And when the glass is molten, it's very viscous and sticky, a lot like honey. So all we have to do is stick our heated pipe into the glass at an angle. And when we turn, it gathers a ball on the end. And from there, we blow into the end of our hollow pipe. This expands the glass like a balloon. And we can continue to gather more layers of glass over top of that and build up mass and just expand the bubble continuously inside. And the open face furnaces at each bench that you see, these are our reheating furnaces, and these are running at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And we have 3 of them running today so we can work on multiple parts of the same project at the same time. So there's not really a huge difference between those individual open face furnaces. Over on that left bench or up on the screen, you can see our artists are now going in with a pair of jacks, which are those two metal blades. And they are creating a jack line, which is that divot you see forming in the glass. This is where they're going to remove this bubble from the pipe later on. And over on that left bench, they're just simply making a round bottom sort of cup shape. This is obviously going to be pretty large, but this is essentially just called a color cup. It is just a simple cup made out of color. And they're going to stuff the bubble that they're making at the center bench inside of that cup. And do we actually have the stuffed cup diagram that I could put up on the screen? So up on the screen, you could see a diagram of a stuffed cup. So that bubble that they're making at the right bench or the left bench is going to be turned into that cup you see sitting in that right picture. And then that bubble that's being made at the center bench is going to eventually be stuffed inside of that cup. And this is going to create multiple layers of color, multiple layers of patterns. So close to the front of the hot shop over on the right side, you can see they have a top load annealer, and this is keeping things nice and warm, probably at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And so right now they're looking for a cup that is supposed to be inside of that top load annealer. They're going to pick up a cup on the end of the pipe. So now over on that left bench, they have just broken a piece off onto a second pipe, and this has given them access to the piece that was, or the part of the piece that was previously attached to that old pipe, or essentially the top of the piece. So they're left over with an opening. They'll be able to start opening this up into that cup shape, and this is making that color cup. And every now and then you've been seeing our artists use these pipe coolers. These are just troughs of water, splash water up onto that pipe and cool it down almost instantly. Then they can handle the pipe a little bit closer to the glass once again. So that's what's happening over on the right side of the hot shop. But we have one of those over on the left side of the hot shop as well. So when they seem to kind of disappear around the corner, that's what they're doing over there. And over on that left bench, you could see they're going in with a pair of jacks. And since that glass is so thin and soft, it allowed them to just open that cup up pretty much immediately. And right now they're just testing the size, making sure that bubble's going to fit inside of the cup pretty nicely. And welcome to everyone who just joined us in the hot shop. Today we have a visiting artist, Nancy Callan, and that is the woman in the black t-shirt at the center bench currently. And she has brought a few assistants into the hot shop today, as well as just having our Museum of Glass hot shop team that's here full time as well. So today we have an unusually large amount of people on the hot shop floor, as you may notice. And this is actually good though, because we're working on 3 different parts of the project almost continuously throughout this entire process. And then once they finally have all of the glass they need, on the end of just one pipe. At that point, the piece is very heavy, and then they need a lot of hands to help turn that piece into a large cylinder. So today, Nancy Callan, along with everyone else in the hot shop, is going to be working on making these large hollow cylinders of glass. And these are eventually going to be cut open on the bottom, and the side is going to be cut straight down the center. And this is going to be eventually opened up and laid flat into a panel. And these panels are going to be displayed in the museum at some point, I've been told, so that's pretty cool as well. And at the center bench, they're working on a round bottom cup, a color cup. And this is going to eventually have another bubble stuffed inside of it. And that's going to give them multiple layers of color and pattern. And we're going to be able to see that as soon as they cut that cylinder open to display the images on the inside. And if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. Can be questions about the art, can even be a question for the artist herself, and I'll ask as soon as I can. So at the center bench, they're going in with a small handheld torch. And this is actually the hottest item we have in our hot shop. It can get up to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So this is going to very quickly heat up the inside of this cup where they're going to stuff that bubble. They want that bubble to stick really nicely to the inside of that cup. And over on that left bench is where they're currently working on that bubble. And they've just brought that cup over to the left bench quickly for a size check. So after gathering that fresh layer of clear, you could see Ben allowed a lot of that glass to drip off of the end of the pipe into this special metal bucket. And this is called a strip gather, and this is just giving them a partial layer of clear glass. So now they're preparing to break that cup off at the center bench. And they're going to stuff that bubble over on the right bench into that cup. So to break that off, they will apply a little bit of water to that connection point. And then a simple tap to the pipe, and that cup is going to be broken off into these special Kevlar gloves. These are going to protect the artist from the heat of the glass as they place it into a heated ring on the floor. And you can see Nancy standing on the table, prepared to grab the bubble on the end of this pipe and stuff that inside of the cup. And holding it up like this is going to allow it to stretch just a bit and touch down into the bottom of that cup. And then as Nancy blows, this is going to continue to expand that bubble inside of the cup and touch all of the insides of the walls in there. And after doing that, we now have the cup applied to the outside of that patterned bubble. And they're going to work on making sure that cup is fully touched down around the entire bubble. You can see there's sort of a lip hanging off from the cup where it didn't quite touch the bubble. So this plate of glass is going to be placed in the top load annealer, which they just put it in there now. And this is going to preheat that glass up to around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. If we were to just try to heat that glass up from room temperature straight in the furnace, the glass is thick enough that it'll probably crack and break from thermal shock or heating it too quickly. So we have to go through a slower process using the top load annealer. And this large metal table that's being used for the bubble is called the marver. And you can see the marver is slowly pushing that cup all the way onto the bubble, making sure the glass is smooth and even against each other. And for anyone who recently joined, today we have a visiting artist, Nancy Callan, and that is the woman in the black t-shirt at the center bench. And today she, along with a few team members that she brought in, along with our full-time hot shop team, are all going to be working on making these large hollow glass cylinders, and these are eventually going to be cut open and turned into panels of glass. So as you watch this slideshow up on the screen of Nancy's previously made artwork, keep an eye out for those panels. This will give you a good idea of what we're working on right now. And up on the screen, you can see a diagram of how this panel is going to be created. So we've already stuffed that cane pattern into the color cup. So this one's actually pretty accurate to what we're working on right now. We even have the zigzag design, and we can't see that pattern until we open up that bubble again. So right now we're just going to see that orange glow from how hot it is until we're pretty much done working on the piece. And at the center bench, you can see Nancy's going in with a special carbon fiber pad. And this is going to allow her to guide which way she wants the piece to blow out or just change the shape in general. It's one of the only flexible tools. And it's also pretty close to using our hands to shape that glass. And so if we remain on the side of the piece, this is kind of going to extend the shape, make a longer shape. If we remain on the bottom, this is going to create a rounder or squatter shape. And that large fluffy flame torch they're using is running at around the same temperature as that large open face furnace they use for reheating at around 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And that fluffy flame is going to allow them to apply some extra heat to a more specific area rather than heating up the entire piece overall inside of the furnace. So just then they were applying a little extra heat almost near the connection between the glass and the pipe. And this is going to help them with their next task, which is creating a jack line. So Nancy's going to go in with a pair of jacks, which are 2 metal blades. And she's going to start creating a divot or carving a jack line in the glass. And this is going to be near the connection between the glass and the pipe. This is where they're going to remove the piece later on. So they're going to continue to blow this bubble a little bit bigger, and they're going to also extend the shape because they're going for a cylinder shape. So they want a little bit of a longer shape to this bubble. And just a reminder, if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. So them hanging the bubble down at this angle like this is going to stretch the glass. They're using gravity as another tool. Yeah, so down on this front table, Sarah's currently laying out pieces of cane, which are little sticks of colored glass. And this is made simply, usually they have a color on the end of their pipe, and then they wrap a layer of clear around this, and then they just pull this between two pipes, really stretch it out pretty thin, and then they just chop it up into these individual sections. And we actually have some cane on the inside of this bubble at the center bench. You can't see it because we have a layer of solid color wrapped around it, but these lines of cane are going to be twisted when we open this bubble up, you'll see. So this is going to be a very large cylinder, kind of like a giant cup shape. It's going to be kind of flat on the bottom, not super flat. And then eventually they're going to cut this bottom off, and they're going to cut the cylinder straight down one side, and then they'll be able to open it up into a panel. And to give you guys a better idea of this, can I have that diagram that shows how they do this? So up on the screen, you'll see a diagram. This is actually pretty much the exact pattern that we have inside of this bubble here, not the same colors though. So we've stuffed a bubble inside of a color cup. This bubble had a zigzag cane pattern. And so after they create the cylinder, they have to wait for it to cool down, and then they cut it when it's cold and then slowly heat it back up to stretch it or flatten it out. Thank you. All right, and now they are using a large wooden sort of tabletop. And this also has stacks of wet newspaper as well to help prevent that from burning. And this is just going to give them a really straight, even surface so that they can get perfectly straight, even walls for this cylinder. Since this is going to be opened up into a panel, they want to make sure that all of it is very straight and even. And so they'll do this a few times to make sure that they have the perfect walls for this piece. And now you can see Nancy's going on the side of the cylinder with a pair of jacks, which are those two metal blades. They're also going to paddle the bottom at the same time. And this is going to really help straighten those walls and almost force that glass into a little bit more of a corner. And while they're continuing to work on the piece of the center bench just a bit, Gabe over on the left bench is getting started with a solid attachment on the end of a solid pipe. And this is going to eventually be attached to the bottom of the cylinder. And this is going to give them access to the side that's currently attached to the pipe. So they're going to flip the orientation of this piece. And in preparation for breaking this piece off, and also just in general, you'll see them torch the back end of this piece quite a bit, because this is the last thing going in the furnace and the first thing coming out, so it's naturally the coldest area of the piece. And if they are preparing to break this piece off, we want to make sure that the surrounding glass where we break it is going to be really warm. If it's cold, the cracks from the water that we apply will travel through the cold glass. But if we keep it warm, the cracks will not travel. So that's an important step in this process. So as you can see, they've marked the center of the bottom of this cylinder. And this is going to give them a really good, I guess, bullseye or just a mark where they have to connect that second pipe perfectly centered to the bottom. So now you can see Gabe has brought over that second pipe, and this is attached to the center of the bottom of the piece. And this is an interesting connection. So they're going to go in with a pair of jacks, and they're going to make a line or a divot in between the pipe and the piece. This is going to make it easier to remove this second pipe a little bit later on. And then they simply just applied a little bit of water to that previous connection point and a simple tap to the pipe, and that piece is cleanly broken off. And from here, they're left over with an opening, so they'll be able to start opening up the cylinder into a sort of cup shape. And then this will kind of show off the pattern that we have on the inside of this piece as well. So now they're just going to work on heating up the front end of this piece. And right here, this is just them making sure that this pipe is actually centered to the bottom of this piece. And I see a few new faces in here. So today we have a visiting artist, and her name is Nancy Callan. And that is the woman in the black t-shirt over on the left side of the hot shop currently. She's been working at the center bench for the most part today, and these are all her projects. And she's brought in a few assistants of her own, but we also have our Museum of Glass hot shop team that works here full time. So we have an unusually large amount of people down on the hot shop floor today. And we are working at every single bench, working on multiple parts of the same project at the same time. But right now, since we're really far along with this project, we're pretty much just working at the center bench. And today we've been working on making these really large cylinders, almost shaped like a cup. And we're actually going to open these up once they're fully cooled down, probably many days later. They will be opened up and then heated up, and these will be flattened into panels. And to give you a better idea of this, can I have some of Nancy's artwork up on the screen, please? So all of this artwork up on the screen is Nancy Callan's, and keep your eye out for the panels, much like this one up on the screen. This gives you a good idea of what we're working on currently. And at the center bench, you could see they pulled some of that glass away from the piece, and then they trimmed off a little bit of excess glass around the lip or the opening. And now this has left them with straight, even, thin walls. From here, they're just going to start opening this up into its final cylinder shape. And just a reminder, if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and let me know, and I will come right over. So after heating up the front end of this piece once more, Ben is going to go in with a Sophietta, which is that cone-shaped tool you see here. That cone is going to block off the opening to this piece and allows him to blow air inside the piece, even though it's already been removed from its previous hollow pipe. So now this has really smoothed out the shoulder. It's blown out some of the thicker glass into thinner glass. And from here, they'll be able to just fully open this up. So this tool is something you don't see them use very often. More often they use it on these really large pieces, but this is simply a large wooden stick or wooden dowel, and it's wrapped in layers of wet newspaper to help prevent it from burning. And this is going to slowly, gently open this piece up from the inside since that glass is really thin. So as they heat this piece up over and over again, you can sort of see that pattern on the inside of the glass, or on the inside of this cylinder. And they got this from cane, which are those sticks of colored glass that you saw Sarah laying out earlier on this front table here. And then they simply twisted that pattern back and forth. And that's the wavy design that you see on the inside of this piece. It's really hard to see the true colors of the glass until it's fully cooled down. Sometimes if we're working with red, it looks black. Sometimes if we're working with yellow, it looks orange, and so on and so forth. But if the glass is completely molten hot, it always looks orange, kind of like lava. So they're going to use this wooden sort of tabletop again to make sure that all of the walls are straight and even. And as you may have noticed, Gabe was really spinning the pipe like really fast. And this is using centrifugal force that was kind of flaring the glass out and pushing it into that wood and the layers of newspaper they have on top and fully opening that piece up. And just to get rid of any particles that may have stuck to the glass, they just blowed a little bit of compressed air. So just to be as efficient as possible and work on as much as possible, they're finishing up this piece at the center bench here, and Nancy over on the right bench is going to just be pulling some more Marini. And to give you a better example of what Marini is, can I have the Marini chop diagram up on the screen, please? So up on the screen, you can see this little diagram. This is going to just be a round shaped Marini. This diagram specifically is a square Marini, but we're just going to be pulling this glass, and then we can chop it up into these sort of disc shapes, and this is going to reveal the inside of the stick of glass. And so we've been using this to get special patterns on the inside of the glass, such as rings. So after that glass cools down just a little bit, this is taken off the end of the pipe, and then they're simply going to put it in the annealer, which is that large black box on the wall. This is going to slowly cool the glass down, at least overnight, so it doesn't break due to thermal shock from about 950 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature. We'll do the same thing with this piece when it's done as well. So that means that they're not going to be using any of that Marini until a day or so later on. So now to break this piece off, they simply apply a little bit of water to that connection point and then a simple tap to the pipe, just like earlier, and that piece will cleanly break off. And you can see Sarah's ready with her Kevlar gloves. Those are going to protect her from the heat of the glass. And let's give them a huge round of applause for completing the second piece of the day. And like I briefly mentioned earlier, this is going to rest in there at least overnight so it doesn't break due to thermal shock. So we're not going to be able to cut that and turn it into the large plates of glass until later on. And does anyone have any final questions? I believe we're about to go on our lunch break. All right, well, thank you for joining us. We will be back in about 1 hour at around 2 p.m. And then we will be here all the way till 5 p.m. All right, welcome into the Hot Shop, everyone. Today we have a visiting artist with us, and her name is Nancy Callan. That is the woman currently gathering out of the furnace over on the left side of the Hot Shop. And today we've been working on making all of these large panels of glass. We haven't quite turned them into panels yet. I'll explain it to you. So we're making these really large cylinders of glass, and we've been layering different patterns and colors inside of the cylinders through this technique that you could see up on the screen. So we'll create a color cup and stuff a pattern inside of it, and then we create that really large cylinder shape that you could see just to the right of it. And then when the piece is cool, they will cut the bottom off the cylinder and cut the cylinder straight down the side, and this will allow them to open it up into that panel. So that's a process that we won't see in the Hot Shop. They have to cut it when it's cold. But we're going to be making those really large cylinders, and you'll see all of the patterns and colors that they use for them. So the center bench, you can see we have a pattern on our bubble here. So this is going to be stuffed inside of a color cup a little bit later on. And over on that left bench, it looks like they're starting that color cup. So they will drop a bit of color on top of a small clear bubble, as you can see up on the screen or over on that left bench. And this is called a color drop or color overlay. This is going to give us a really smooth, even layer of color across our entire piece. And most of you already saw the slideshow of our visiting artist artwork up on the screen just before I came in. So I'm now going to jump into a little bit of an overview. This will describe all the temperatures of most things that we're working with in the Hot Shop. So everything we do in here starts in our furnace, which is what you saw Nancy gathering that clear glass out of. These are holding about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass each. We have 2 of them running, and they hold it at around 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And when the glass is molten, it's viscous and sticky, a lot like honey, so all we have to do is stick our heated pipe into the glass at an angle, and when we turn the pipe, this gathers a ball on the end. And from there, all we have to do is blow through our hollow pipe and expand that glass like a balloon. And we just gather more layers of clear glass to build up mass, and we continue to expand that bubble to make the piece bigger. And at each bench you see we have this large open face furnace. These are only used for reheating. So these reheating furnaces are running at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And you can see we have 3 of them running, but this is just so we can work at every bench at the same time instead of just trying to make it all work with fewer furnaces. It allows us to get a lot of work done all at once. And if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. And since we have quite a few new people in here, can I have Nancy's artwork up on the screen just one more time? So as you watch this slideshow of Nancy's artwork up on the screen, keep an eye out for those sheets of glass that we'll be making today, these panels, like this one up on the screen. So this is very similar to what we've been working on today. And I've been told by Nancy herself that these pieces will eventually be displayed in the museum as well. And over on the right side of the Hot Shop, you could see Gabe has just picked up a color cup out of the top load annealer. So that large box on the floor was basically just keeping that glass warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's not hot enough to melt or change the shape of the glass that we have, but it's also not cold enough to let it crack or break from thermal shock. So that was just holding it at a steady temperature. So this machine they've been using over on the right side of the hot shop, you'll see them using it here and there. It's just a pipe cooler, and it's splashing water up onto that pipe, cooling it down almost instantly so they can handle the pipe a little bit closer to the glass once again. So you'll be seeing them use that here and there. We have one over on that right side, but we have one on the left side as well. If they seem to disappear around the corner, that's most likely what they're doing. So this heated ring that's just been placed on the ground is going to hold that color cup, that white color cup they have at the center bench. It's going to hold it upright as they stuff that bubble they created inside of it. And so to break this off, they're using a pair of shears, cut at that connection before placing just a little bit of water in between the pipe and the piece. And then a simple tap to the pipe and that piece will break cleanly off. And then this is going to be placed into that heated ring on the floor. And then that patterned bubble is brought over. And as they were holding it above that color cup, that allowed it to just stretch a little bit, giving them a narrow shape and allowing that bubble to touch to the bottom of this cup And then as Nancy is blowing into the pipe, this is continuing to expand that bubble inside of the cup so it completely touches all of the walls. So next they're going to use this really large metal table called the marver here, and they're going to slowly change that angle and kind of face the pipe down, and this is just going to slowly make sure that that cup is touching all the way down around that bubble, because right now we kind of have that overhang just near the pipe. Now, for anyone who recently joined, today we have a visiting artist, Nancy Callan, and that was the woman who was blowing that bubble inside of that color cup. She's the one standing up front with me now. Anyways, today we're working on these really large hollow cylinders, and these are eventually going to be cut open and turned into panels of glass. And can I actually have that diagram that explains that a little bit? So up on the screen, you can see a diagram explaining this process just a little bit. It's really helpful to have this visual. So we're going to create a really large cylinder. We've already stuffed that bubble inside of the color cup. And after we create that cylinder, we're going to have to put it away and allow it to cool down at least overnight so it doesn't break due to thermal shock. And then once the piece is cool at room temperature, they will cut it open, just as the diagram shows, and then slowly heat that back up and flatten it out into that panel. So this large fluffy flame torch they're using is running at around the same temperature as that reheating furnace at around 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. You can see they're just using it to sort of heat up the back end of the piece, just where the cup and the clear glass meet right by the pipe. And this is going to allow them to really make sure that that glass is flush with the bubble. And that fluffy flame torch is just allowing them to apply extra heat to a specific area rather than heating up the entire thing overall inside of the furnace. So right now Nancy's using a carbon fiber pad, and she's able to guide which way she wants the bubble to blow out and just guide the shape with that pad. It's one of the only flexible tools, and it's also pretty close to using our hands to shape the glass. So that divot that Nancy is creating in the glass right there near the pipe is called a jack line. She used a pair of jacks to create it, which are those two metal blades. And this is where they're going to remove this piece from the pipe a little bit later on. So the goal for this piece, they're going to continue to blow it up quite a bit and elongate it. They're going for a cylinder shape, so it's got to be a long, thinner bubble, not super thin though. So every time Ben is hanging it down at this angle, this is using gravity as a tool. You can see that bubble is stretching and elongating at this moment. So they stretch it a little bit, they blow into it a little bit, and they just kind of repeat this process until it has nice thin walls. So while they're continuing to make this cylinder at the center bench, because they're trying to be as productive as possible, they're also working over on that left bench, and they're just working on making another color cup. If you remember from the beginning of this process, we stuffed that bubble inside of that white cup that was on the floor. So they're making another cup for a future project or even for the next project. And this is why it's important that we have all of the furnaces on today, so we can work on multiple projects at the same time. So this swinging back and forth is not just theatrics. This is using centrifugal force, or the outward pulling force from the spinning motion, to pull that glass out and stretch it even further. So right now it looks like they're lightly flattening the bottom of this piece with a wooden paddle. And they'll continue to flatten the bottom just a little bit, but they don't need it all the way flat because we're actually going to cut the bottom of this piece off. And for anyone who recently joined, today we have a visiting artist, Nancy Callan. And that is the woman in the black long sleeve shirt up closer to the front here. And today she, along with some of her own Hot Shop team members and along with our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team members, are working on making these really large hollow cylinders. And these are eventually going to be opened up. They will cut it straight down the middle and open it up into a panel. And right now they're using a wooden board that's covered in stacks of wet newspaper as well to completely straighten and flatten the side of this cylinder. So this is how they're going to get those perfectly straight, flattened walls for this cylinder. Since it's going to be opened up into a panel, we want to make sure that the walls are very even and straight. So right now they're continuing to refine that shape. Nancy is going on the side of the piece with a pair of jacks, which are those two metal blades. And they continue to blow just a little bit. So now you can see the bottom is a little bit rounded. But it doesn't matter if the bottom is flat or rounded, since they're going to be cutting that section of the glass off. And just so you know, once they finish this shape, they're happy with the bottom, they're going to attach a second pipe to the bottom of this piece. And this is going to allow them to break the piece off from its original pipe that it's currently attached to, so they have access to that other side of the piece. And so over at the furnace on the left side of the hot shop, you can see Gabe is gathering on the end of a solid pipe. And this is to create a clear glass attachment that's going to connect to the bottom of this piece. So over on that right bench, we don't really have a great view of what Gabe is doing, but he was using a pair of tweezers and he was pulling a lot of that glass towards the end of the pipe, and he was creating almost a hollow attachment, so it's hollow now on the end of that glass, but just a little bit. That just makes it easier to break off of this piece way later on, and it's a little bit difficult to explain, so usually I just kind of gloss over it, but so now Gabe is coming over with that second pipe. You could see it a little bit closer now. It almost looks like a little bowl on the end. There's like a little scoop of clear glass taken out. And this is attached to the center of the bottom of the piece. And they're going to create a little divot in between that connection and the piece itself. This is just going to make it easier to break this second pipe off later on as well. And then all they have to do from here is simply apply a little bit of water to that previous connection point, and this is going to cause shocking and cracking in the glass. And then a simple tap to the pipe, and that piece will break cleanly off. So now from here, they have an opening left over. They'll be able to start to open this up a little bit and flare it out into almost a cup shape. They're just going for some straight, even walls. And as they open this piece up, this is when we'll start to see that texture on the inside of this piece. As you remember, when they stuffed that bubble inside of the cup earlier, they had a really special pattern on the outside of that bubble. So Gabe was telling me earlier that all of this glass on the end of the pipe is probably estimated around 20, 23 pounds. But the leverage of the glass being all the way on the other end of the pipe makes it feel about 5 times heavier. So you can kind of imagine like 100 to 125 pounds, it feels like anyways, on the end of that pipe as you carry it around. So at the center bench, after heating the opening of this piece up, Ben is going in with a pair of tweezers and he's pulling that excess glass out just a little bit. Usually when they break the piece off from its original pipe, it's a little bit thicker glass just in that connection area. So they want to thin that out, even out the walls. So now they'll heat that up once more before trimming off that rim of excess glass. And after heating this up once more, Ben is now going in with a Sophietta. This is that cone-shaped tool here. And that cone is used to block off the opening of the piece and allows him to blow more air into the piece, even though it's already been removed from the hollow pipe. And as you can see, that really expanded the shoulder of this cylinder, and it's thinned out that glass in that area, just making the entire piece a little bit more even and opening it up a little bit. So this is a really large wooden stick or dowel, and this is actually wrapped in multiple layers of newspaper. I think they also wet it before they use it, but this is something you'll only see them use for really large pieces like this. And so this is just going to slowly and gently open this piece up from the inside. And as they're opening it, now you can really see that sort of webbed texture on the inside of this piece from all of that patterning they applied to that bubble earlier on. And if anyone's ever having a hard time seeing from where they're sitting, just remember you can always look up on the screen. I'm kind of watching the screen myself, so I can also talk to you guys at the same time. So if I didn't mention already, these pieces that are being made by Nancy Callan and all the rest of the team today are going to eventually be put on display in the museum. So that's something pretty special about today. That's not something that you usually see. Usually when we have visiting artists, they get to take home pretty much all of the artwork that they make here. And now to make sure that all the walls are straight and even, this is going to be placed one more time on top of that wooden board. And as you can see, they're spinning the pipe really fast as they do this. This is causing centrifugal force, which is the outward pulling or pushing force. And that is pushing the glass into that wooden board as it rotates. So the compressed air is just to blow smoke away from the artist's face so they're not breathing it in. But sometimes we use it to cool down the glass in specific small areas. So for anyone who hasn't seen our visiting artist artwork yet, can I have Nancy's artwork up on the screen, please? So right up on the screen, you can see an image of a panel. This is an example of what we're working on today. So that large cylinder we have at the center bench is eventually going to be cut open straight down the side once it's cold. And then they will slowly heat that back up and open that panel up. And this is a process that you're not going to see today, I'll just mention, because the piece has to fully cool down. It has to cool at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock or cooling too quickly, basically. So you can see we have someone who's gotten suited up in this special shiny suit, as well as these special gloves. And these gloves are made out of Kevlar, which is the same material that firefighting suits are made out of. So this is going to really protect this artist as he picks up the piece off the end of the pipe to be put away. And they're preparing to break this piece off, and they're torching the bottom kind of near the connection to the pipe. And this is to make sure that the surrounding glass where they break it off is nice and warm. If it was cold, the water that they use to break the piece off could travel in the form of cracks through the glass. And so if we keep the surrounding glass warm, it will not do that. And to break this off, they apply a little bit of water and then a simple tap to the pipe, just like earlier, and that piece will be cleanly broken off. And that was a successful break. Let's give them a round of applause for completing that piece. And that is going into the annealer, which is that large black box over on that far wall. This is going to slowly cool the glass down from about 950 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature, at least overnight, so it doesn't break due to thermal shock. And this is where we're going to put all of our finished pieces throughout the day. And they are just getting started on that next piece right away as well. They're knocking this color cup off the end of the pipe, and they're going to place this into a heated ring.
Yeah, there's nothing on the left.
Oh wait, no, actually, they're putting this one away as well. So that means that we're going to use that color cup far later on, maybe even tomorrow. We're going to fully let that glass cool down. So with the center bench, you can see they're heating up a plate with all of these short sticks of colored glass on it. And these sticks of colored glass are called cane. And this is basically just color on the end of a pipe. They wrap it in a layer or two of clear usually, and then they pull it in between two pipes, kind of stretch it across the room, let it cool down, and then break it into these usable pieces. And so from here, they're going to be able to roll a bubble on the outside of those cane and pick it up. And this is going to give them perfectly straight, even stripes across the entire bubble all the way around. And then from here, they can continue to alter that straight line design. They can zigzag the lines, they can crisscross the lines. they can really alter it. They've made a few different things today using cane, which is pretty cool. And for anyone who recently joined, today we have a visiting artist, Nancy Callan. And that is the woman over on the left bench, currently heating up something on the end of the pipe over there. And she has brought a few assistants in here today, but we also have our full-time hot shop team down on the floor as well. So we have an unusually large amount of people down on the floor with us. And as you can see, they just rolled that cane up on the outside of that clear bubble. And this has given them those straight stripes all the way around the piece. So now from here, they're just going to make sure that the cane is fully down on the bubble. They're going to start rolling it across this large metal table called the marver. Now, to give you a better idea of what we're working on today, can I have some of Nancy's artwork up on the screen, please? So as you're watching the slideshow up on the screen, keep your eye out for these large panels of glass. They usually have these really intricate small patterns on them, and they're just these really large sheets of glass. And so that is what we've been working on today. We've been working on making these panels by essentially just making a really large cylinder of glass. And then eventually, when the glass is cool, they will cut the bottom of the cylinder off and then cut the cylinder down one side. And then they'll be able to heat that back up and slowly open it up into that panel and reveal all of the patterns and colors inside of that cylinder. So here is an example of one of those panels up on the screen right now. And we have made 3 successfully so far today. And these panels that we're working on today during this residency are all possibly going to go up into the museum at some point in the future. And today's the first day of Nancy Callan's residency. She'll be here all the way through Friday. And if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. So that's a good question. With the color itself, it's different metals and minerals mixed into the glass in factories, and then we get it shipped in. Usually it's in the form of color bar, which is much like this piece of color I'm holding here. It's just solid through and through. And we'll heat up a section of that, and we'll drop it onto a small clear bubble and kind of spread it out. And that creates that really smooth, even layer of color across the piece. And that process is called a color drop or color overlay. That's how we get that really smooth color. And then with this piece at the center bench, we do have color as well, but it's in the form of cane, which are these sticks of colored glass. So instead of having a solid color, we'll have stripes of color. So over on that right bench, as they're continuing to keep this bubble warm at the center bench, Gabe over on the right bench is working on pulling some more marini. And since I don't really have a good way to explain it, I'll show a diagram. Can I have that marini chop diagram, please? Could I have the marini diagram, please? There we are. So up on the screen, you can see this diagram. Gabe over on that right bench is essentially just going to pull that glass he has in between two different pipes, or just hold on to the end of the glass and really stretch it thin. And then he's going to be able to chop up that stick of glass into these individual little discs. And this is going to reveal the inside of that glass. And that little section of glass is called marini, that little disc section. So if you were here for the last cylinder we made, we had a really similar pattern to what we have at the center bench currently. So they had all of those individual sticks of cane, which gave them stripes up and down the bubble. And then they wrapped black glass, basically the same color as the cane, all the way around the bubble in the opposite direction. So now they have all of these crisscrossing, almost mesh-like lines across this bubble. And so this is going to eventually be blown into a cup of white color, or a white color cup, with a round bottom, kind of similar to the shape of this cup in my hand, but on a much larger scale, of course. And this is going to give them that pattern on the inside of the cylinder, and they're going to have that solid white on the outside of the cylinder. And eventually, like I said earlier, this is going to be cut open, and then they'll slowly open that up. And this is going to turn into a, what's it called? This is going to turn into a, this is going to be flattened. Can't think of the word right now, I'm sorry. Yes, this is going to be turned into a panel of glass, almost like a window pane. So Nancy was just tapping and sort of moving that glass around on that large metal table called the marver. And this was distorting all of those perfect grid-like lines that she had on the glass, almost giving it a sort of optical illusion look on the outside of that glass. And over on that right bench, you could see Gabe is now stretching that Marini. And this torch is going to be used in the thicker areas of the glass to make sure that it stretches out evenly. And once this is stretched out, they'll let it cool down briefly before breaking that glass off the pipe. So each of these sections of that Marini will be laid down on that wooden ladder, and this will protect it from the cold concrete floor, which could cause shocking and cracking in the glass from the extreme temperature difference. But then as soon as he has all of those individual sticks of glass, he'll also just put them away inside of the annealer along with all of the other pieces that they've made today. And that is going to allow them to cool down really slowly, at least overnight, so they don't break due to thermal shock from about 950 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature. So the large stick of glass that they pulled over on that right bench is going to eventually be chopped up into these small disc shapes. So they're going to chop them into these really small sections, almost like this piece of glass that I'm holding here. This is just a square example, but you can imagine it as a circle. And that's going to reveal the image on the inside of that stick of glass, and this is called Marini. And so the Marini will probably be used, they'll lay it out on a plate, kind of in a pattern much like these large white circles, and then they'll roll it up on the outside of a bubble. And this is going to create a bunch of circles on their piece. So for anyone who recently joined, today we have a visiting artist, Nancy Callan, and that is the woman in the black shirt taking photos currently. And she is here making these really large cylinders, and these cylinders are eventually going to be cut straight down the side. They're going to cut the bottom of the cylinder off and then open the entire cylinder into one panel. And to give you a better idea of this, can I have some of Nancy's artwork up on the screen, please? So as you watch this slideshow up on the screen, keep your eye out for those panels of glass. This will give you a good idea of what they look like when they're finished. But Nancy has also made a lot of other works as well, so you'll see many different things in this slideshow. So up on the screen, there's an example of one of those panels now. That's what they look like when they're opened up. It reveals the patterns and imagery on the inside of that bubble. And these pieces that we've been working on during this residency here, these are eventually going to be put on display in the museum, I've been told, so that's pretty exciting. You have a chance to see the final product. And I'll mention as well, they're making these cylinders, but they're actually just putting them away after making the cylinder. You're not going to see the process of them cutting them open because we have to do that when the glass is completely cold at room temperature. So did you guys see the slideshow of our artist's artwork a little bit earlier? A little bit. So did you see any of the panels during the slideshow, like the panel of glass with all the zigzaggy lines and stuff like that? So we're working on those today. We're making various designs. We've made some zigzagged lines, we've made some crisscross lines, and we've also made some individual like little circles across the entire piece. And we basically today are just making these really large hollow cylinders, but they're eventually going to be cooled completely to room temperature, and then they'll cut down one side, cut the bottom off, and open it into that panel that you saw. And so we've made 3 so far today, and this will be our 4th one, I believe. And we're just working on that next project currently. And this is going to turn into another one of those cylinders that's eventually going to be turned into a panel. We've been using a lot of black and white so far, so I expect this one might be the same. So at the center bench, it may be hard to see, but we originally had just a clear bubble, and then we basically applied this sort of grid-like pattern of black lines. They were perfectly spaced, almost exactly like a grid. And then our visiting artist warped the glass, sort of, kind of just changed it around a little bit. So now if you were to look closely at this bubble at the center bench, you'd see it almost looks sort of like an optical illusion. We have that perfect grid-like pattern, but some of it's warped. It looks a little bit bigger, a little bit smaller. It's distorted. And eventually this bubble at the center bench is going to be stuffed inside of a color cup. And to give you a better idea of that, can I have the diagram that shows off the creation of these panels, please? It has a little stuff cup diagram in the top left corner. So up on the screen, you can see a diagram of how we make this cylinder and how we turn that into a panel. So the very first step is going to be stuffing that bubble inside of a color cup, like that top left image on the screen there. So this glass that they just put on the large metal table over there, this isn't part of the art process. They're just examining the glass coming from inside of the tank. They're talking about possibly some particles that are inside of the tank. So right now Gabe is picking something up out of the top load annealer, and that was keeping whatever is inside of it nice and warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And it looks like he pulled out a color cup. This is what they're going to stuff that black pattern at the center bench inside of. So welcome to those who just joined us. Today we have a visiting artist, Nancy Callan, and that is the woman sitting over on the right bench currently. She, along with everyone else on the hot shop floor right now, are working on making these really large hollow cylinders, probably about this tall from the table. And these are eventually going to be cut down the side, just one side, and then the bottom is going to be cut off as well, and they'll open it up into a panel of glass and reveal all of the imagery and patterns on the inside of that bubble. And to give you a better idea of this, could I have that diagram explaining this process a little bit? Could I have the diagram explaining the panels, please? So up on the screen, you could see a diagram explaining how we get these panels. So that bubble that we have over on the right bench is going to be stuffed into the cup at the center bench. This is eventually going to be turned into that large cylinder. And then much like you see up on the screen, this is going to be cut down one side, and they'll slowly open this up while heating it up and flatten it out into a panel. And these pieces are eventually going to be displayed here at the Museum of Glass, which is pretty exciting. Usually when we have visiting artists come in, they get to take everything home that they made, but instead we get to keep some of it and view it later on. So over on that right bench, Nancy is working with that bubble, It might be hard to see right now, but we have a bunch of these really thin black lines across the bubble. And this was achieved through something called cane. Cane are these sticks of colored glass, much like the one I'm holding right here. These were laid out on a plate, and then they simply roll a clear bubble over top of the cane, and this picks them up, creating straight, even lines across the entire bubble. And then from here, they wrapped some color around in the opposite direction, and this created a grid-like pattern. And you can tell that they're ready to stuff this bubble in the cup because Nancy is now standing on that table over there. So she's going to be able to hold onto that pipe that has the bubble and lower it inside of the cup. And to break this cup off of the pipe, they just apply a little bit of water to that connection point and then a simple tap to the pipe, and that piece will break off. This is how they break most of their pieces off. And you can see they use these special Kevlar gloves to pick up the glass. This just is going to protect their hands from that heat. And this is placed into a heated ring on the floor. This is going to make sure that there's no shocking from a cold metal touching the hot glass. Then they simply bring that bubble over and they allow it to hang down a little bit and stretch before they start lowering it into that cup. And then as they lower it into the cup, you'll see Nancy will start to blow into the end of the pipe, and this is going to continue to expand that bubble inside of the cup and really make sure that it's touching all of the walls on the inside. So you can really see a good angle up on the screen as it fills that cup up. And then from here, they just have to make sure that all of the cup is touching all of the bubble. So they're going to start slowly rolling it on that large metal table here that Ben is wiping off, called the marver. So now they'll start to roll this bubble on the marver, which is that large metal table, as I said earlier. And they'll slowly but surely change the angle that they're holding the pipe at, and this is going to make sure that the bubble is completely touching down, or the cup is completely touching down onto the bubble. So now you can see that cup is pretty much fully touched down around that bubble, even near the pipe connection. And over on the right, if you're wondering what Gabe is doing, he's preparing a second pipe with a solid attachment on the end. This is going to eventually be attached to the bottom of the piece once they're way further along in the process. They're going to use it to break the piece off of its original pipe and give them access to the other side. And this large fluffy flame that they're using here is running around the same temperature as the furnace that they've been heating the glass up in at around 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And this is allowing them to apply some extra heat near the back end of this piece where that glass is connected to the pipe. And this is going to help them create a jack line, which I'm pretty sure is what they're going to do next. And for those who recently joined, today we have a visiting artist, Nancy Callan, and that is the woman sitting at the center bench, currently working, shaping that glass right now. And she, along with everyone else on the hot shop floor today, is working on making these really large hollow cylinders. And later on down the line, once these cylinders are completely cooled down to room temperature, they're going to be able to cut one side of the cylinder just straight down and open it up into a panel. And to give you a better idea of this, do we have an image of some of those panels that I could put up on the screen, please? So up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow of our visiting artist artwork, and this includes everything, or not everything, but a lot of different things that she's made. But keep an eye out for the panels. They'll be pretty obvious when you see them. They're these large rectangles of glass, and they will be displayed flat on the wall. And all of these panels that are being made in the hot shop during this residency, I believe, are going to be displayed at the museum, or at least some of them. I'm not sure about all of them. And there's an example of one of those panels right now. And at the center bench, you can see Nancy has just used a pair of jacks, which are those two metal blades, to create a jack line. And this is where they're going to remove the piece later on from the pipe, that divot that she created. So from here, they just have to continue to blow the glass thinner and bigger, and then they just will stretch the shape, kind of elongate it into that cylinder shape that they're going for. And they're going to just continue that process of blowing and stretching. So whenever you see the artist hanging the glass down like they just did there, this is allowing that glass to stretch. They're basically using gravity as another tool, and this is really helping them get that cylinder shape that they're going for. You could kind of think of it as a giant drinking glass. So that large black box that they just put the piece in over there, this is called the annealer, and that's going to slowly cool that glass down from about 950 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature, at least overnight, so it doesn't break due to thermal shock. This is where we're putting all of our finished pieces or pieces that we're not going to need for at least a day or so. And if anyone ever has any questions, just remember you can always raise your hand and I'll come right over. So because they're blowing out this glass so thin, you can almost see the pattern through the walls of the white glass already. You see that sort of black crisscrossing lines or cross-hatching lines. And just now, Gabe has also pulled out a second pipe out of the garage. The garage is that large silver box right here to my right. And that was keeping that clear glass on the end of the pipe nice and warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And he's going to add another layer of glass to this. And this is going to be attached to the bottom, the center of the bottom of this cylinder, and allow them to break this cylinder off from its original pipe. So Gabe is just going to work on that second pipe just a little bit more, work on that attachment. And can I actually have a view of that right bench? It's a little bit hard to explain what Gabe is doing to this clear glass. Thank you so much. So up on the screen, you can see that Gabe has a pair of tweezers and he's pinching at the end of this glass. And this is sort of making a sort of dish shape, like a little bit of a bowl on the end of this pipe. And this is going to mean that when he attaches this second pipe to the bottom of the piece at the center bench, this is going to trap an air pocket in between the pipe and the piece itself. And that's going to make sure that when they break that piece off from this second pipe, that it doesn't crack the bottom of the piece. It's going to make it easier to break off. So now Gabe has come over with that second pipe and that clear attachment. And this is going to be attached to the center of the bottom of this piece. And then they'll go in with a pair of jacks, which are those two metal blades, and they're going to make a divot in between the pipe and the piece. And this is going to make that second pipe easier to remove a little bit later on as well. And this nozzle is just blowing compressed air on that brand new attachment because that glass is still really freshly hot. Meanwhile, they're torching the other side, applying a little extra heat in preparation for breaking that off of its original pipe. And to do so, all they have to do is apply a little bit of water to that connection area. And this is going to cause shocking and cracking in just that small application area of the water. And then a simple tap to the pipe and that piece will break cleanly off. And now from here, they have that opening left over after breaking that off. They'll be able to start to slowly open this up and flare it out into straight walls, almost like a cup. And that right there was just them making sure that the pipe was on center with the piece before they continue heating up that opening. And because it's going to take them a little while to heat up the front of this piece again, I'll play a video. Can I have the cane pulling video, please? I know it might take a little moment, but that's okay. So if you remember from the earlier part of this process, we had all those little sticks of colored glass laid out on a plate, and we rolled a clear bubble over top of those individual sticks of glass, and this created perfectly even and straight striping across our piece. And as they open this piece up, you'll see all of those really thin lines. I'll take that cane pulling video whenever you're ready. So up on the screen, you will see a video explaining how we create this cane and how it's applied to our glass. So this all starts with a bit of color on the end of a pipe, and they usually wrap this in a couple of layers of clear before attaching a second pipe to the other side and stretching it between those two pipes. They usually stretch this across almost the entirety of the front of the hot shop. They usually make a really large amount of this cane all at once. And then once that rope or long stick of glass is cooled, they will simply chop it up into smaller or usable amounts. Just like so. And then from here, they usually lay it out on a plate and then lightly heat it up enough for it to stick to a bubble of clear glass. And then they just roll that bubble over top of the cane, and that picks it up. It's very satisfying. And then from here, they can alter the cane even further. They can get zigzag lines. They could get twisted lines. In this case, we had the straight lines going one direction down the bubble, and then we wrapped some black glass in the opposite direction. So we sort of have this cross-hatching design on the inside of this piece right here. And right now, Ben is trimming the lip. He's just cutting off some excess glass around the opening of this piece. So usually when they're using the Dremel, they've noticed like a little speck of debris in the glass and they want to drill it out. Or sometimes there'll even be a small air bubble trapped inside of the glass. And so they usually just grind away that small area of glass and get rid of that imperfection before they continue along. And at the center bench, they're continuing to slowly open this piece up. And you'll see that Ben is about to use a Sophietta, which is this cone-shaped tool here. That cone is used to block off the opening to the piece, and allows them to blow air into the piece even though they've already removed it from its hollow pipe. And so now you can see we have a really nice round shoulder, and that's also thinned out that glass even though it's kind of hard to see. And from here, they'll just be able to flare this open just like a cup. And as they start opening this piece up, you'll really see that pattern that they have on the inside. Now next, Ben is going in with this really large wooden stick or dowel. And this is also wrapped in layers of wet newspaper to help prevent that from burning as they use it to slowly and gently open up this piece from the inside. So now that they've opened this piece up, you can really see that design inside that I was briefly talking about earlier. You also notice at the very bottom of the cylinder, the design isn't completely all the way to the end. Like the design is very imperfect at the bottom of the cylinder. And that doesn't really matter, actually, because they're going to cut the bottom of this cylinder off when they go to open it into a panel. Now, to make sure that the walls are completely straight and even, they're going to use this wooden plate, and they're going to have a stack of wet newspaper on top of that as well to protect that. And as they continue to rotate like this is kind of flaring the glass out, pushing it into that wooden tabletop, and this is going to completely straighten out those walls, as you could see. And this is an important part of the process because they're going to open this up and they want it as flat and as even as possible so that they can hang it on the wall. Now, if you're wondering, that nozzle is just blowing compressed air, and specifically they're spraying this right above the glass. They don't want to touch the glass with that cold air, but they were just blowing the smoke away from the artist's face, making sure that they're not choking on that smoke. So now you can tell they're preparing to break this piece off. They're really heating up that back end of the piece where they're going to break it off. They usually break it off with water, so they want that surrounding area to be nice and warm. Otherwise, the cold cracks from the water could travel through the cold glass. But if it's hot, that's going to completely prevent that. And you can see someone has gotten suited up in this special shiny suit as well as these special Kevlar gloves. And that's the same material that firefighting suits are made out of. So this is going to protect him as he picks up that piece off the end of the pipe. So now to fully break this piece off, they just apply a little bit of water to that connection area, causing shocking and cracking. Then a simple tap to the pipe, and that piece is cleanly broken off. Let's give them a round of applause for completing their cylinder. Thank you. So that is going into the annealer, which is that large black box over on that far wall. This is going to slowly cool that glass down from about 950 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature, at least overnight, so it doesn't break due to thermal shock. And right now, I think they're going to continue working on some smaller projects. We only have less than a half hour left, so they're not going to be working on anything huge like they just finished. Looks like they're preparing a lot of color cups for the next 2 days, because Nancy's going to be here for 2 more days, tomorrow and Friday. And for those who haven't seen our visiting artist artwork yet, can I have that up on the screen, please? Could I have Nancy's artwork up on the screen, please? Thank you. So this panel right here is a really good example of what these large cylinders are going to look like once they open them up. They're just going to cut the bottom of the cylinder completely off and then cut down just one side of the cylinder and just slowly unfurl it. So at the center bench, it looks like Nancy is making a small decorative cup. And this is most likely to use up some really nice leftover color. We want to make sure that we're not wasting anything. So over on this right bench, you can see they have some color on the end of a pipe, and this obviously has a bubble blown into it as well. This is just a start to a project that they're going to continue tomorrow. So if you were here a little bit earlier, we were making these large round bottom cups, almost like the shape of this, but on a much larger scale. And these were eventually, we took another bubble that had a pattern and we would stuff it inside of that cup, and that gave us designs on the inside of our cylinders, just like that one we previously made. But over on that right bench, instead of making a color cup, they're making a sort of a color start. So they're going to attach that to another pipe tomorrow and be able to turn it into something like a color cup. So the torch applies some extra heat to a specific area of the glass rather than heating up the entire thing overall. So usually they'll use the torch kind of closer to the connection to the pipe because it's a little bit further away from the furnace, and they maybe want to create a jack line, which is that divot you see in the glass. Or just because it's cold, maybe it's the last thing going in and the first thing coming out, so it's also naturally the coldest part of the piece. So it could be a few different reasons I missed it. So over on that right bench, they just attached a second smaller pipe to the bottom, and that allowed them to break it off of its original pipe, just giving them access to the other side of the piece. And they're probably not going to edit it a whole lot after breaking that off from its original pipe, because this is going to eventually be attached to a pipe around the opening again, and they'll be able to blow it out even further either tomorrow or even later on. And at the center bench, you could see Nancy is going on the inside of this little cup with a pair of jacks, which are those two metal blades. And she's able to slowly open and just flare this cup out. And since the glass is really thin, it's both heating up really quickly and cooling down really quickly. So you'll see her go back and forth to the furnace, to the bench, kind of over and over again. And just like with the pieces earlier, to break that little cup off, they apply just a little bit of water to that connection point and then a small tap to the pipe. And that piece is broken off onto a wooden board. And they'll torch the leftover sharp ends on the bottom. This is called flame polishing, just so they don't have to grind and polish it once it's cool. This just saves them a little bit of time later on.